Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, welcome to my live stream. Let me pull up the chats too. And let me make sure the audio is all set. So hopefully the audio is coming through. If you guys are watching live, let me know. Let me double check the settings. Because I'm on my kind of weird setting here. So I'll move the mic a little closer too. So basically what we're going to be doing right now is working on installing the frets to this guitar. So what we did in the last few streams was we installed new tuners to the head of this vintage classical Jom guitar from, it was made in Mexico. I think it's from 1960. Then we added a radius, a 16-inch radius to the neck and sanded it. And then we added these beautiful inlays, and now the oil has had time to set on the fretboard, so you can kind of see the beauty of that, as well as some side dots onto the side that are all pearl. Thomas said coming through loud and clear. That's awesome. So now what we need to do is the crazy process of adding frets onto the guitar. So I'm going to go ahead and make this so you can see a little bit better. We've cleaned up a tiny bit and hopefully enough to where we can work on this. I'm going to get a couple things here. I don't need this anymore, which is good. I'm going to keep this little scraper, this tool right here. It's like a wood carving thing to scrape off excess glue. And I do need to get one quick thing. Okay, so we have our bowl of water here, a bowl of water. We have this, which I'm going to dip in the water, just so that we have a wet rag. And what we're going to do is we're going to take super glue, and we're going to very lightly add it to the top. So I need these little extensions on the super glue. Pull off this cap thing. It's a little sticky. The super glue definitely got a little wild earlier, so maybe I can get some of this excess crap off. Yeah, maybe we can pull that off now. It got a little wacky, so I'm just going to try to clean the tip a little bit of the super glue from our last exchange with the super glue where we had to pour it into the holes for the fret holes. Then I'm going to just insert this little guy on top, little cap. And now we're good to go on the next round for the super glue. So what we're going to do is install a little bit of glue here, and then we're going to put our fret in, and then we're going to hammer it. So I'm going to grab this, watch that super glue flow out a little bit, hopefully. Yeah, okay, it's starting to flow. I don't want a huge flow of super glue. I just want a few drops. And I'm watching it go through, and then I'm going to just very lightly line this with super glue. Not a lot. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take our smallest fret and hopefully be able to get it in here pretty nicely. Now what we want to do is make sure it's kind of lined up and hammer the ends with a rubber-ended hammer. That works pretty well. Now what I do is I'm going to go ahead and let's make sure we get a good hammer on that end, because this end still looks like it's slightly sticking out. And with that, without further ado, now we're going to wipe just to make sure we get rid of any excess glue. And if I need to, I can just scrape off any of the excess here. I don't see a lot of glue to scrape off. And it's on to the next fret. This is sticking up a little too much. I'm not a fan of that, so we might have to pull this out and try again. Let's see if it's dried too much to the point where that might not be a possibility. I don't like how far the fret is popping off at the end. And again, usually that's not a massive problem, but I'm a little concerned that it might be. And it's already in there pretty good. So note to self to, well, we might have to just glue it. So we'll get some glue on our little angle here and get our corners. I guess that's a good sign that it's so solidly in there. And then again, I'm going to just hammer down. And again. And you know what? I'm going to get, well, you know what? For the sake of things, we can just use this to dry it. Okay, cool. On to the next fret. Whew. That was kind of close. I thought I had screwed up the fretboard. Some of my frets already got a little discombobulated, so I want to make sure that I'm using the right next size up. And I am. So that'll be this one. And then we're going to do that all over again. Philip said, today hammering with Josh. So again, we do like a tiny bit of super glue. Doesn't need to be a lot. Just enough to get into that crack. Couple dabs. Similarly, we're going to find the center. And now we're going to hammer. Now I'm really concerned, like maybe I didn't cut the fret lines deep enough. Let's see if we can pull this real quick. Maybe it didn't dry. Good, it hadn't dried, thank God. Okay, so we hadn't cut those fret lines deep enough, so I want to actually get in there with my fret knife and make sure I'm getting these ends a little bit, because there's a little bit of excess here that's like preventing the board from going. I'm just going to make sure that's not an issue on the rest of the board. Could have gone so smoothly too if it weren't for that. Okay, let's try this again. We're going to just get maybe a few little drops in there. I've already filled it quite a bit, so I don't want to overdo it. A few drops. Get this, pop it in. I want to make sure it's kind of centered, not stick my fingers in there. And now it's like not, it's real fidgety. But get it in nice and centered, and then we'll do our... Oh my goodness, we lost a dot. Okay, we'll have to do get that inlay dot glued in there again. I just can't believe that. That should be going right in there, and it's not. That's very concerning. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, that's still going to have that same issue. I hope it's not lodged in there now. I did not have this issue before when I was doing refretting, and now it's like a real issue here. How fascinating. So we really need to cut in there. I need to do that cutting a little bit better in that spot. And I want to do that across the board. I'm just worried that that's going to be that case on all these sides of the fretboard, because it needs to really be in there. Let's make sure we've got this nice and deep too. All right. Once again, for the third time, let's try this fret, and hopefully this time it works. And again, just adding a little bit of super glue. I don't want tons, especially because this is our third round of super glue. on one fret. Not sure why it's stuck on this one end. Very interesting. Almost have to get it in there first. It's just this one end that doesn't want to go through. Okay, here's my idea. Man, this is not going as smooth as the last time, for sure. But that's okay. That's kind of what we do. Let's hammer that in. There we go. That fret there we go. My goodness. So he was asking, why don't you try to fit the fret before super gluing? The frets are all pre-cut, so technically the that shouldn't be an issue. Oh my goodness. We lost our dot here. Our fret inlay dot, however, that was like beautifully sanded, perfectly fit in there, has to be readjusted. Okay. Get our inlay dot in there. It was perfectly sanded to fit too. And now it may be slightly not. I have to just go through. Okay, let's see. Go through our grits here. Just to get that one to fit. Finish it off with that high grit. Whew. Okay, problem solved. Inlay dot back in there. Okay. We have our next one. Next fret. Let's do it. I don't understand why this one corner doesn't want to go in. It's interesting. It's like this end is just not wanting to get in there. Okay. We'll get in there with a fret rocker in a second too, which is one of these guys. And luckily, so far, so good. We're going to be trimming off the ends as well. Just to be safe, I'm going to just give another little pass on this end. So I feel like this end is just not quite getting there. There's something there. Oh. Did we just cut? It's made a lovely little cut mark there. Don't worry, guys. This is a little harder than the last one. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to give this a shot again.
Is Benji okay? Yeah, he wanted help building something really quick. Okay. I don't think he'll want this one. It's nice he offered. Yeah.
Okay. We have our fret wire. We have it kind of like here. Let's see if this is going to hammer in. Whew. Kind of fun. Let's see if we've got any excess glue on that we can kind of trim off.
No, I'll watch it. I'm just getting interrupted a lot. 3 cups over here.
Okay. We're getting there, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in. And I'm learning that somehow this end did not get cut as well. When I was making my cut lines, I don't think I cut those ends well enough. Okay. We have our next fret length. We got our small band of super glue. Go ahead and pop it in. There's a tiny little fret rock over there, so once we get to crowning the frets, like that'll be something to pay attention to. Oh. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to go. 5 in. This will be the next one we have pre-laid out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frets in now. And we're getting close. Just so you can see. Now you're going to notice that these go off the ends a little bit. And that's kind of by design. So, just so you guys know. Okay. Oh, this is another one that needs more cutting. Hold on. Okay. Why won't that end go in? It's just obnoxious. This end just does not want to. There we go. Whew. Okay, let's do that again. All right, we're getting there, guys. This is the fun part. Then once we have the frets in, then it'll be a matter of kind of perfecting it, like trimming the ends and so on. Little thing I didn't like there. What are you guys working on this late on a Saturday? Or are you guys just chilling? Kind of always curious to hear what everybody's up to. I know I'm like well overdue for a haircut. Because if you look, my hair is wild. It's that Bob Ross kind of natural Bob Ross nature of my hair that it wants to be. So far, like pretty good. I have like a few frets that are going to need some work, you know? Whew. All right. Next fret. We have to pull this one again. I forgot to do the thing. We just have to do this on everything first. That's just way too high still. can't even begin to understand how that's so high on that one spot. It's just really hard to get in there without getting the wood. Darn it. Okay. We'll get there. These are just some like mild blemishes of the wood that I can fix. There we go. Now, let's get back to it. We need to get that spot without totally damaging the board, you know? It just doesn't want to pop. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do it. Yes. There we go. That's what we wanted. Okay. Dip in the water. Do a wipe. Second wipe. Scrape off any excess glue. Whew. So it takes some time, but I mean, we're getting there, right? We're getting there. Definitely has taken a little bit of time to get there, but we're definitely getting there. Let's check our rocker again. Good. Looking good. Okay. We're just going ahead and redoing our cuts here just to make sure it's a little deeper, because I think last time I didn't quite estimate correctly how deep we needed to go. Okay. Hopefully that's good enough. Definitely good enough, which is exciting. Very exciting. Nice and flush. Whew. We're getting there, guys. We're definitely getting there. Whew. Takes a while, huh? All right. Oh, this one's having that same issue. Get it real quick before it dries. Interesting. Something in there, at these ends. There it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Whew, we're almost there. Just have a few more frets to go. Just a few more beautiful frets to go. Woohoo! Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. 6 left. By the way, when you're hammering these in, you want to start on the ends, like this end, and then you get the center. That really helps a lot. Let's see here. I think the hardest part is coming up, where then you have to nip off the ends, and sometimes it'll pop up the old fret, causing you to have to kind of re-hammer it in when you nip up the ends. But I think these are in pretty good, so I think we'll probably not have that issue. Okay. But particularly on this spot on the guitar, it is really hard to nip those fret ends. The further up you go, as you will see in a second. Hey, good. All right. Got a few more to go. If you guys are watching, I'm kind of curious your thoughts. Ooh, this one's problematic on the other end. Okay, let's try this again. And let's see what happens. Whew. We're getting there. It's taking a while. We're getting there. Whew. Let's do our little water thing again. I think there's some spots we missed here. Very easily come off, which is great. And then we'll do our drying. Yeah. Whew. 2 frets left to go. Guys, we're almost there. Last fret. All right, we have all our frets in. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to keep our super glue out just in case we need to kind of reposition these. We're going to let this sit for a second. So I'm going to put on Frank's trailer, which takes a decent amount of time. Hopefully that'll give it enough time to start to dry off, although there is a little bit we could clip off here of that. I love it. Okay. Whew. We're going to get there, guys. So we're going to play Frank's trailer, and then we'll be right back. And what we're going to do next is basically cut off the fret ends, and then we're going to tape the board, and we're going to do sanding again and leveling again. Before we do that, though, let's see how decent this is on the rocker. Where did I put that? So there's no rocking there. No rocking there. Bit of a rock here. So this is a high fret. That's decent. That's good. That's good. Great. Great. Okay, definitely high fret here. So we have like 3 high frets that we'll take care of in a second. And this should be pretty good. All right, I'll be right back. And we're going to play the trailer for Frank's thing, and then we'll come back and trim the fret ends and then go from there.
Our heroic adventurers fought orcs, monsters, sorcerers, necromancers. Now they find themselves in front of a mystical library. What shall they find? It's all in the roll of the dice. We've come this far. There's great power behind this door. I can feel it. We just have to get past it. This door is no match for my axe. I shall chop it down. You always want to use brute strength. Why don't you try knocking? We'll try it your way. You may enter. The library is open to all those who seek knowledge. Feel free to look through our tomes. Maybe you'll find the answers you seek. I sense great power here, and it's behind those shelves. Indeed, there are powerful items hidden behind these shelves, but you can only get there through the enchanted words. Do you have those words? I believe I do.
Tremble before the Cremble.
There is great power. Look at that glove. Must be so powerful. That is not where I sense this power. I must get closer. I found them. I found these sacred manuscripts written by Joshua Kemble. Behold, I now possess 2 stories and Jacob's apartment. Please tell us more about 2 stories and Jacob's apartment, and who is Joshua Kemble? Xeric Award-winning cartoonist Joshua Kemble is a freelance artist, graphic designer, and author. 2 Stories is a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. Jacob's Apartment is a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost Road and Fun Home. It weaves together the threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. You have made your choice. The passage is now closed. Wait, can I get that glove? No. Oh. Alright, let's go.
So right now what we're doing is nipping the fret ends. And trimming them. And they aren't trimming super well, so I'm going to see if I'm trying to remember what exactly worked for this last time. I think it was this. I think it was the string cutter. Yeah, that works pretty well. These cut so much easier than the stainless steel ones did. So again, we're just getting the ends without trying to lift it. Whew. Do you find this frustrating? It can be, but it's fun. It's like I'm doing this for fun. It's not like a job. But it's kind of like if you're working on a car or anything else. You know, it's fun, but it can be frustrating for sure. But I kind of enjoy the frustration of it. So right now we're just nipping off the ends. And then from there we'll kind of move to a different thing. The ends that'll be the hardest are the ones connected to the guitar itself. It's definitely some stuff going on here. But as you'll see, we'll kind of work on those as well. Okay. There's definitely going to be some sharp fret ends that we'll take care of in a second. Whew. Whew. Got little flying pieces of metal going all over the place. There we go. These are the hard ones to cut because you don't want to clip them to where they fly off, you know? We're getting closer. We just have a few ends to nip. This one does not want to cut. Okay, we've got our frets kind of nipped, so they still stick out a little bit, but they're pretty much trimmed to the board. Now what we're going to do is the fun part. We shake out some of this, you know, stuff in here. Okay. Now we got the fun part. So what we need to do now is we have the frets in. Axiom said, thanks, YouTube algorithm. Awesome guitar work. Thanks, man. Yeah, trying to kind of get the frets inlaid. We inlaid these dots, which I'm really excited about. And we inlaid side dots, but now we're going to basically go through and really clean up these frets. But first, we're going to play another trailer. And I think I should keep this out open. I'm always tempted to close it real quick, but I think we'll keep it out for now just to kind of keep it safe. Maybe we just pop that cap over it. And then we're gonna kind of get into it. So I need to move some of this stuff. We definitely are gonna need our fret rocker. And now we get into the fun part. So we want to protect everything on our board minus the basically the rosewood. So we're going to try to protect everything on our board but the rosewood. We can move our water here. So let me back this off a little bit so you guys can see. So I'm going to protect the guitar itself with tape. And because I'm going to be using files, I really might want to go a little further than I usually would with that, protecting that. Similarly, protect the board, protect the face of my guitar, right? We're going to protect the face of the guitar up to a point, right? I don't think I need to tape the whole thing up, but I'm going to want to protect the whole of the guitar too. We're just going to cover the whole of the guitar because I don't want to get a bunch of dust in there. Maybe we get that little bit in there a little better than last time, where we had trouble with that before. But I think if we just kind of let it chill a little bit more as like a stop measure, that'll work and not snag. So hopefully that'll work. So we got our cover. And now I want to do the sides of the guitar as well. Axiom, are you a guitarist? Or a person who likes working on guitars? I usually stream comic book content, like working on comics. But one of my hobbies is working on guitars. And so this is kind of fun to stream. Now, sometimes you want to protect the rosewood on the sides too. In this case, I'm not super concerned about my rosewood on the sides. I just want to protect the guitar itself. But I think we're going to trim the rosewood on the sides a bit, so, you know, that should help. Now, I'm going to tape the other side. Kind of protect the neck, like Wu-Tang Clan. Protect your neck. And there we go. We're in pretty good spirits now. We're in a good place. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is, I think I want to crown. No, you know what? We're going to do our overall sanding first. So give me 2 seconds. We'll play another trailer. And then when we come back, what we're going to do is shave off the corners of these.
We know the Georgia kids say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in 3rd grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading 2 stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is take care of these ends. And then after that, what we're going to do is radius the frets themselves as well. So I have a file. This one's flat, so we're going to get it flattened first, and then we'll do our tilt to give a slight edge to the side of our frets. But right now, what I want to do is just get rid of the excess fret material. So that's what we're going to work on right now. Yep, we still got some fret ends. Getting there. Still kind of got some metal ends. They're very stabby points, but we've got most of the fret stuff done. There is one little thing that I'm going to have to do a filing on. And that's right here. There's just like a little fret end for some reason. Sweet. And that's taken care of. That little stabby point. So I think those are close enough. Let's do one more pass. Okay, we're starting to see wood, which is a good sign. So that's where we stop. Okay, now we're going to do the same on the other side. Ooh. Some really far out ends here that are kind of getting snagged. Some really far ends here. There, we're good. Now we just need to kind of start here. And I'm paying attention to the side of the rosewood too, you know? Okay. So now we're kind of in a good position where it's flat. Like they're flat. We have stabby little ends to the frets, which we now have to take care of. I definitely want to go through and hammer again just to make sure they're all in. Okay, this is where it gets fun, okay? You ready? Now we're going to do our side thing. So we're going to give it a tilt. That's going to cut into the wood a little bit. I'm kind of okay with that. Oh. We're starting to get the tilt. That's good. So this is really nice, starting to get a little more flush. We're getting there, but not quite there. So we need to continue. Starting to get there. We're going to continue. Whew. Whew. That was bad. Not a problem. Okay, I think we're at the point where now we have a nice tilt to our frets. Hopefully they're not, as sharp, which is good. I need to do a little bit more back here. That's the sign. Stop making the noise. That's a good sign that we're done on this end. Still hasn't stopped here. Whew. We're getting there. We're not quite where I want to be, but we're getting close. Whew. That's a good sign. Okay, I think we're done with that. Whew. So now if I show you on the side, these have like a bevel to them. Can you see that? So it's like nicely beveled. It's less sharp on the ends. We'll go in and dress the frets at the very end after we crown them. But that's a good start. Let's get the next side, the other side. Turn this way so I can talk. So right now we're doing that tilt on the other side. Getting there. We're getting closer to that nice bevel. See where we're at. Yeah, I'm still seeing some frets that need a little bit more of an angle, so it's getting there, but it's not quite there. So we'll just keep going at that angle. Ooh. Oh my gosh, we're so close, you guys. There's just still some fret ends that are still sticking out a little bit. Okay, I think we're almost there. We just have a little bit left to go. I'm going to try from this angle, see how that works. Ooh, maybe that doesn't work so well. Hold on. Oh, nice. D Hollywood said, cool name for Twitch. Cool stream. Do you have a big plush animal? Cool shorts, cool person. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, we're so close. Because at this point, it's just hitting the wood. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, that's where we stop. So, beautifully, we now have the edges kind of clipped to where they meet at the end of the fretboard. And now we get into the fun stuff. So I'm going to get a pencil. Or not a pencil. I'll just use one of my kids' markers. And we're basically going to do the fret trick. So first I want to make sure these are each level. Okay. So basically you just draw on here with a marker. There's a couple things we're going to do. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to level the whole board and see how that works. So maybe leveling the whole board works. If not, we'll kind of move on from there and do individual frets. So I've got my marker lines on there now. So I can basically see what's had sandpaper hit it and what hasn't. And we're going to pull out our trusty old 16 radius sanding block, and we're going to rock some more sanding. Starting with the heavier grit. Actually, before we get into that, we'll probably crown the frets with the crowning file. So that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to get in there and crown the frets. Oh, wait. I almost forgot the most important thing on earth before we get into this meticulous part. Tape. A lot of people, before getting to this part, forget to tape, which I almost did. And you don't want to forget to tape off your fretboard, because now I want to protect those sides of my fretboard from injury, because we've basically taken care of all the little nib ends and that kind of stuff. So now what I want to do is tape it up so that none of that stuff gets touched or injured. So I was jumping the gun. Forget the tape thing for a second. So now we're getting into our ends, just making sure we got those nice and masked off, protected. Cool. Now we'll do our other end. Which again, we want to make sure we nicely mask off and protect. All the way to the rosewood board. Cool. I know it looks wild. I'll protect a little bit more of the body as well. And then we're basically just going to tape off the fretboard like so. So we're protecting the board too at this point. So again, just kind of slow and steady with this kind of thing. Use an X-Acto knife to kind of cut off the excess, but don't hit it too hard because you obviously don't want to cut your fret. Yeah, it's amazing how much masking tape you need in these things. to kind of make this work. Oh, that one I cut really unevenly. So what we'll do is just flip it, use the other side to kind of get that more even cut. Even it out more to the actual fret. This one, same thing. And we're just masking off the whole fretboard right now. Only a few left to go. Okay, now we're ready for fretting. We were just taking care of the little sides first. All right, now we're ready to rock. Are you guys ready to rock? Okay. I'm going to play a trailer, and then when we come back, we'll start crowning our frets. And then from there, we'll sand and plane and level them. And it should be fun.
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
All right, guys. So here we go. We're going to have our, we'll just go 3 at a time. We're just doing that till we don't see any marker. That's good. Till we don't see any marker. Love it. And then this one till we don't see any marker. Perfect. Little there. Okay. Now we're going to test, see if there's any rocky frets. That is pretty darn rocky all across. So what we need to do is lower the second fret. And look at that. It's flush, no fret rocking. Woohoo! We just do this 3 frets at a time, you guys. So now we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Oh. I love it. Okay, now we're on these 3. Okay. Oh my goodness, you guys. This is beautiful. I love it. This fret's a little high. Still a little high, particularly on these ends. Still a little rocky here. Yeah, there we go. Still a little. Perfect. On to the next one. That was almost too easy. On to the next one. I feel like there was a wiggle here. Very slight wiggle. Perfect. Still way too high on this end. Almost there. Yes. Whew. What we're doing is just making sure that all of these are level. I love it. So we'll move this. And again, what we're doing right now is just crowning the frets. I love it. Almost all evened up. Can't make it up. That's beautiful. 3 left. Let's make this happen. Okay, we got a middle fret here. Needs to be a little bit lowered. Yes. Okay. 2 left. I love it. 1 left. I can't believe it. They're good to go. So now we have that. That's done. Now we want to do the overall board with the sander and kind of sand it in each amount. So I'll try to put this to where you can see the whole board. And now we're going to get our sticky tape, which we've got here. We're going to go through all our different weights of paper again. Starting with the toughest, which is this 3 grit or whatever. And right now what we're going to do is we're also going to do our marker again, except this time on every single one, just to make sure we're hitting the whole thing. And this should be relatively quick and fun. All right, here we go. First grit of sandpaper. See if I'm missing anything. Still some marker on the back end. Front end seemed to be just fine. Let's just get this a little bit. Whew. Do it again. This time, we're going to go from our 100 to our 200 if we still have it. Trying to find our 200. There it is. There's our 200. All right, so we're going to do our 200. Still a little bit of it's our 200. Now we're going to go to our 400. This time we're going to add a little bit of water. On our 400. But while that sets, let's also get our marker again. Badoosh, 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 badoosh. Just making sure we're getting every fret right. Okay. Getting there. Now we're going to go to our 1000. Again, I'm going to just add a little bit of water to this. Get it nice and stuck on there. And we'll go. Just playing with the water that's already there. We're going to do our 1500. Just adding a tiny bit of water on there. 2000. $2,500. The last sanding will be the 3,000. Now we're going to basically wipe this off. Okay. And what we're going to do now is our crowning. Although we should check the fret rockers again. And we're just making sure the fret rocker doesn't rock. If it rocks, that means like one of the frets is uneven. But right now, it's perfect. They're perfect. They're perfect, which is exciting. Okay, now we're going to use our crowning file, which was my most expensive thing that I had to purchase. And it should just round off these edges real nice. We're just getting all the points off, basically, right? Whew! I'm loving it. Okay, so now that I'm done with that, filing the ends, what we're going to do is we're going to take our highest grit of sandpaper again, which I think is 3,000. I don't think it goes higher than that. And we're going to basically get it wet. Then we're going to do just a quick once over of the frets, like so. Just to wet sand it so it like kind of polishes and shines. Whew. All right. Dry them. And then we'll do one last bit, which is our metal shine. Which I think is underneath all this stuff, so I have to grab it real quick. Or metal polish. Or maybe it's not under all this stuff. Okay, it's not under all this stuff. It must be under all the other stuff. There you are. Wait, I thought I saw it in here. There it is. Okay, we have this lovely metal polish. What we're going to do is squirt it on here, polish up the frets, and then we'll remove the tape and see where we're at. Okay, metal polish. Let's do this. All right, we got some trash here. One more quick pass. Now we can remove the tape and see what damage this is all done, which is the funnest part. And it's wild to remove this tape too. But hey, we're gonna give it a shot. Getting there. Very slowly, but very surely. Move this back here. Move this a little bit. Some of the junk out of the way. So right now we're removing tape, and I'm just thinking, man, this is beautiful stuff. What happened with this fretboard? These frets are looking really nice. We're gonna condition the fretboard obviously after this, because right now it's pretty dried out again. But we have just, I think I did a better job on this fret job than the previous, and the reason is because I splurged on that little fret dressing end. So my previous job, where I did the red label Yamaha, does not have this good of frets. I think this fret job is particularly pretty fantastic. Now, we have quite a bit of work left to do on this. We need to clean up our guitar and polish it and stuff like that. But I also need to cut a new nut and saddle. And I don't know if I'm going to do that quite tonight. Although that would be really cool. So we'll see. And when I cut the nut and saddle, I need to remember that I've radiused the fretboard. So we need to radius the saddle and the nut as well. You're getting so close, though, to done. Just getting these little tape bits off. Bits of type. Just catching the little spots of tape that are still left. The worst part of this is peeling off the tape, and the most fun is peeling off the tape because you get to see all the beauty of your job. But we definitely need to re-clean this fretboard. There's a little bit of masking tape residue on it, which is fine. And somewhat to be expected, you know. Man, these fret ends feel pretty smooth to me. Not super stabby at all. And what's nice about this, if you look at this, the fretboard and the inlays on this, it's starting to look almost like a new guitar. If you look at just the top and the frets. which is really makes me pretty proud of doing this. It's just really starting to look very nice. So I just have to get this other tape off. Seems to be stuck over here. All right, I think I just needed to pull it from this side. Big ball of tape. And I will just show this before I condition it. We have cleanly fretted, beautifully fretted, not sharp at all, newly fretted instrument. Everything's level, everything's good to go, nice and shiny. Now we're going to do our last bit and then we'll take a break. So I'm going to do the fretboard oil again, and then we'll go from there. So fret oil. Let's get this board oiled up again because it dried out, I'm sure. And we're going to let it soak a little bit. So I'll play a little trailer while we have it kind of soak. Let's do our little side here too. Okay, we'll play a trailer. I'll be right back and we'll see how it goes. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, so right now what we're doing is just drying off the oil. We'll hit it with one more coat. Pepsi Cola said, normally a silent viewer, but I had to say it looks awesome. Thank you for showing your talent, wisdom, and humor to the world. Love Artcasters too. Thanks, man. So here's the cool thing. Boom. Can you believe that this is a 70-year-old guitar? If you look at the front and the side dots, it looks good. It looks real good. Feels good. Man, feels smooth. We're going to do one more coat. And then I might cut a nut for the end. We'll see. We'll see how far we can get today. Okay, this beautiful acoustic guitar, classical, which I'm going to have to look up how to restring because I don't play classical guitars. That's why I bought one, because I want to have that in my arsenal. But it's just looking so pretty. That makes me very happy. There's something about that that's super fun. Let me see if this will work. So you can kind of see the full thing. And look at the rows of that rosewood. It's like really showing now, like streaks of it. It's very pretty. There's, you know, it's a pretty nice nice thing. Okay. Now, the nut. So let me play one more trailer and then we'll get the nut. Get all immature jokes about nuts out now. Hey, I'm not above it, okay? All right. I have this buffalo bone nut and a lovely saddle as well. These may have to be sanded to fit. So we'll have to kind of find out. This will definitely have to be sanded to fit. They didn't file this very flat. That's the problem. So the last time it was like pasted in at a tilt. I don't want that. So I might have to file that flat. And then this might need to be filed down too to sit at the end here. It should be a tight fit, but that's what we'll work on in a second. This is the correct width though, which makes me really excited. Correct width. So that's good. So we just are going to have to really flatten that out. I think part of what's happening is the previous bit in there. So if I can find that little pusher tool in my pile of tools here. Might be here. Maybe it's under here. Nope. Did it get put over here? Here it is. We might be able to pop that off. That's pretty close. So we need to lose like a corner of it. I'll probably lose a little bit on the left. We're going to have to sand that. And then we might have to sand it just a tiny bit thinner, but not much. It is pretty close. So there we go. Okay, I'll be right back and we'll get into the nut.
We know the Georgia kids say the craziest thing.
So, little Susie, do you have any brothers or sisters? I understand you're in third grade. How do you like that? Do you like your teacher? You like to do a lot of fun things at school? You got any hobbies, Susie? Any things you like to do when you're not in school? I hear you like to read.
Well, right now I'm reading two stories written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. It grapples with faith and mental illness. It's ultimately a story about redemption. It's a savage piece of writing. Also, I just finished up Jacob's Apartment, another one by Kemble. Jacob's Apartment weaves together elements of spiritualism and relationship dynamics, as well as atheism, and all the while it deals with abandonment and loyalty. It's a fierce, fierce read.
Do you like ponies?
Hi, my name's Chris and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. There's all kinds of comics out there, let's be honest. There's fun comics, there's superhero comics, there's young adult comics, there's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Okay, I've got some coffee going, and we're going to do a little bit of work on our nut. So let's see if I can move stuff so that you guys have a better view. of what we're going to do for the nut. So basically, what I'm going to do is move the guitar a little bit over. That way I can work here, and I'll put this lower so you guys can see. And then we'll get rid of some of this dust that I have all over my keyboard now. But it's well worth it, guys. I think at this point we can say we're done with the super glue, but maybe not. So, because we need to glue the nut, so we'll leave the super glue out. It's like a weird little thing here. I'm not sure what, so I kind of want to see if I can pull that out. Okay. So this nut needs to be the longer end. The wider hole is here. So it tilts up so that the break angle will balance out. One thing I'm going to want to check, and I can just maybe use one of these, is whether that's going to be right. And I think it will. And we can work on filing and stuff like that in a little bit. But honestly, that fits real snug and real nice. So we just have to get rid of a little bit here and then a tiny bit of the width. So I'm going to grab a new one of these, and I'm just going to do, we're going to take a little bit off the end here. Here. We'll take a little bit off the end. See if that's enough. Now we got to take a good chunk more off the end there. So I'm just checking the width. Almost there. And one tiny bit here. One more tiny bit here. Perfect. And then we just need one pass to kind of shorten it. So let's try one pass this way. To kind of thin it out. Okay, one more pass. And then one more pass on the other side. Okay. I think we have it fitting pretty smoothly. I'm not sure why somebody's ringing the doorbell. Whoa. What's going on? No. There's no slow fire. Okay. Apparently somebody called for a stove fire. I'll be right back. There is no stove fire. Do you want to peek? From here. Yeah, work on my stuff. So we were filing the fret, and it was the weirdest thing. Like the fire department showed up, and it looked like my wife had called and said that, like, yeah, anyhow, there was a fire or something, and there wasn't. So the
Martin just came over to me like, was I a good boy?
yeah. So I guess the
Yes, you are.
we're gonna glue this in because it's set. That was awfully strange. So I'm gonna glue in the fret. I mean the nut. Anyhow, so like the fire department said that it was probably like possibly like kind of like swatting or something like that. It's kind of interesting because I have a really tiny YouTube channel, so I don't know why anyone would find that amusing. But yeah, that was interesting. That was exciting. Little hair raising to have like a bang, bang, bang on the door. So anyhow, let me know, by the way, if you guys can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. But anyhow, so we have our nut placed in there. And now we're going to work on our saddle. Very, very disturbing. But again, you know, I don't know. I just think it's weird because my YouTube channel is so small. I don't think that would be related. Okay. This nut, this saddle needs to be sanded to put in there. So we'll do that as well. I'm going to radius this too. We'll tape it and then we'll radius it. Just so it matches the radius. So let's do that. Kind of tape it on. It's going to dirty up the fretboard a little bit. We might need new tape. We need new tape. Pepsi Cola said, crystal clear. He said, how weird. That's usually a sign of fame or success, at least. I guess. Maybe I'm getting more reach than I realized. It also could just be a weird fluke or something. It was bizarre.
That's so weird.
Very strange. It looks like
I came out of my Star Wars sweater and my little striped pants. Like, oh.
I know. I was like a little worried too, but
they thought that maybe
it was like swatting or something. And I'm swatting? Like when somebody on the internet like pranks you, you know, which that's a horrible prank, but whatever. I don't think that would happen because I don't have a big channel, so that would be awfully strange. Plus, I don't really know how any of that stuff works.
If that was anyone, shame on you, because those poor firefighters were like rushed over here.
Yeah, and also we have like a dog that gets kind of freaked out by like loud noises and stuff, and that's kind of shitty. Could have killed a old sweet dog because he's got like a heart condition and stuff. So, my sister-in-law's dog. All right, so what we're gonna do is go through this, and anyhow, that was some drama. Are you not entertained? So now we're gonna just do a quick radius on this part of the fretboard. I should probably cover the let's see what we can do to cover it. I guess we got to tape again. So now we're going to do some tape to cover this. Yeah, Pepsi Cola said such a waste of the emergency services time too. People are people, sometimes unfortunately, but the Guitar Saga is exciting nevertheless. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like, yeah, it costs the city a lot of money, and that sucks. You know. So we're just gonna do a little bit of tape again. And we're going to radius the nut. That's right. Radius the nut. Maybe we want to go a little further. It's my radius sander. A little disconcerting, though. I've seen that happen to like big YouTubers that have like giant streams that go to like tons of people. I can imagine maybe one person in my audience that might be crazy enough to do that. But none of my core people, you know? What's that?
I just realized my phone isn't on vibrate or anything, and I never heard it ring.
Well,
I didn't even hear it ring when they tried to call me.
Yeah, I don't know. That is really strange. Could also be like a high school student or something. All right, so we got this going just to get like that radius. Cool. So I think that's set. We have our nut set. And now we'll move on to the other thing. All right. And that's good. It's inlaid. I think it'll hold strings, which is a good sign. Now we just need to get our bridge. So I'm going to show you guys. We'll move this up. Move some of these tools about here. So what I'll do is we'll kind of get, just so you can see what I'm doing here. We're seeing how this fits with the bridge, and it's not going to pop in there. It's a little too wide, so we have to thin it out. And then again, we're going to radius this too. But we'll radius it before we put it in there. So first off, there's a little bit too much on this end, so we'll go and kind of sand this down. Still a little too wide, so do a bit more. Just a little bit more. One or two more passes more. One pass more like this, because it's a little too heavy. Sweet. So right now we can kind of look at how this fits the bridge. Now it's the proper width. So now we just have to take off a little bit on the other end, like so. still a little thick. Pepsi Cola said, "This is unintentional Bob Ross guitar building ASMR. New genre unlocked." Nice. That's what I'm trying to provide here. I mean, I got my ridiculous afro because I'm overdue for a haircut. The only thing that's hard about this is getting this held. Let's do a couple more strokes of this to make it work. Okay, bridge. Can you take it to the bridge? Okay, we're going to continue this in a second. I'll be right back.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter.
Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won.
Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
All right, here we go. You know what I think I might do? I might put double-sided tape, if I can find it, on here so we can just do this. Yeah, that actually works. Just a little bit more. The double-sided tape trick kind of worked pretty well. We'll see if that continues to work. Oh, we're so close. Still need a little bit more. Okay, we need new double-sided tape. Apparently the powder from that stuff just really messes it up. Okay. Here we go. Okay. See if this is any closer. Oh, we're like a millisecond away. Or more like a quarter of a millimeter away. Oh. Oh, it's so close. It's still not quite there. Oh. Every time I keep trying this, it gets so close. But still, we're not quite there. All right. Very, very close. So we just have a few little seconds left. do a real power blast here. Okay, let's see if that does it. Should slip right in there. Almost. Still not quite there. To our other side. Oh. Again, we kind of need our double-sided tape. New piece. And then we'll do this. Very close. Keeps getting super close and then super far away. Yes, okay, this will do it. This is the right fit now. It's the right length and the right width. I'll show you. It's a little tight in there, but it should punch right in there. So it'll fit once it's applied pressure. And the width is correct. So it should be like right in there. Now what we're going to do is add the radius before we shove it in there. So our radius is on our radius board right here. And all we're going to do for that, move this. We can put this in our pile of trash here and disposables. Okay. All we have to do to radius it is take the non-flat end and we'll just do this until it fits flush. And that's fitting flush already. Now we just need to kind of round the ends. Still got a ways to go. Quite a ways to go. Whew. Let me show what I'm doing here. Starting to have the radius, but not quite. Whew. We're just going to do this till we see white in the center. There we go. Getting some white in the center. White's getting in the center. That's good. Getting closer to having it in the radius. Now we can kind of curve it. All right, so we got that. Now we can just pop this in. We should be able to pop this in. Check one thing on my guitar, because I always forget which side is tallest. Okay, so I got that figured out. So it's going to be kind of at a tilt the other way. We'll see if this works. Okay. Still not quite ready. We're going to peel this off. Whew. A lot of powder there. And we'll just do one or two more passes. Of this. If you guys are liking this, please hit like. Hit the bell so you get notifications when we're about to go live. Make sure you're subscribed, all that fun stuff. Maybe leave a comment. Was the fire department thing entertaining or interesting? Was for us. Okay. Now let's get back to here. Try to move this. Okay. Now that just slips right in, which is great. Beautiful. So now we have our thing, which I'm sure we'll have to sand down. But we now have our saddle, we have our nut, and we have our new frets. And so next thing will be stringing this up, which will be really interesting because I forget how to tune an acoustic. I'm going to go ahead and close this up, this here guy. So let's try to get that off there. And that is super glue, so we'll just let that kind of sit there. Put our lid on our super glue. Move that out of the way. And we'll get into strings. So let's play a trailer and then we'll string this sucker up. After I move some stuff. With some strings. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. Okay, guys, actually it's late. We've gotten a lot of progress. We're pretty much ready to string. So I think we'll do another stream tomorrow where we string it up and stuff like that. But what I want to do now is just kind of clean up the mess from this. Probably post a picture of the kind of fixed up guitar, clean it up too, and then we'll work on restringing, sanding and filing the fret and nut, the nut and and the bridge. But I would say I think we have done a pretty excellent job at like refurbishing what was a really ancient guitar. So anyhow, I will see you guys on the next one. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I know there's some new people too. And I hope everything's good and you have a nice creative day. And I will see you on the next live stream. Goodbye.